Live. We're going live. All right. Hopefully everyone's having a good day. So today we're going to be talking about RAM prices, reasons why they're going up, and no, we're not going to be talking about AI and the reason why AI is making it worse for everything, but there are other reasons besides AI. And I went and found as much information as I could over the past week now, and I got a bunch of stuff to talk about for the RAM prices and the reason why prices are going up. So I'll wait for some people to get into the live stream before we get on to that. But I do have a bunch of websites that you can go to fact check a lot of things that I will be talking about. I got a bunch of short form stuff that I took information from each one of these websites, forums. Reddit actually had some good things to say, so good things to say, as in some actual good facts, not just some bull crap. So we'll wait for some people to get into the live stream. Then we'll get on to her. Oh, yeah. Good old RAM prices right now are wild. A lot of RAM kits have doubled in price, and some RAM kits have tripled in price. Absolutely wild. It's just mind-boggling how much, it's around that time of year, too. Like, the worst time of year for buying stuff because, well, they're on sale, but generally they're not technically on sale. They were cheaper before the sale, but then because of the sale, oh, we'll go off original price and just make it 15, 30, 40, 50% off. You're not really saving any money on sales. And we have the Nugget right here. Yeah, we have the Nugget. We got the Lap Kitty today. Yep, we do. Look at you. Yes, look at you. Oh, you're getting cut out of the picture. And just do that. Okay, so I'm just going to go over, and then I'll go over the websites that you can go to check out these facts and read up a bit more on it. Then I'll be going on each one of those pages as well. So just give me one sec here. So the main one that we're going to be looking at right now is supply constraints and production shifts. Manufacturers are reducing DDR4 production, as in they quit production earlier this year, and that made it so that way DDR4 prices went up. That is one of the reasons why DDR4 prices went up. And since people are switching to different platforms, that is also why the prices are going up on that. Supply and demand portion on that. So major DRAM makers Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron have scaled back or stopped production of DDR4 altogether to relocate capacity to newer memory types. DDR4 is essentially being treated as a legacy product, as in it's older now. And they want more people to switch over to DDR5. So that's why DDR4 prices went up. Well, there's a bunch of people switching over to DDR4, to the AM4 platform. especially the AM4 platform. A lot of people are buying into, which was also a terrible time because AMD stopped production on a certain chipset, so stopped altogether of AIBs to stop making those motherboards that support the chipset. So this reduction shrinks of available supply while demand supply is steady. Classic economics means higher prices for limited DDR4 stock still in the market. So as the supply dwindles down, prices generally go up. Depends on supply and demand as well, though. Some smaller manufacturers are still trying to fill the gap, but their capacity is too limited to prevent price increases. Now, for knowing more about the major DRAM makers like Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron, we've gone over this before, and that is on this page here, and that is on Bitcart. So this is Bitcart Insights. This is the rise of DDR4. SD doesn't really make sense because it's not the same kind of semiconductor as RAM. So, but apparently SSDs are going up, but that's more due to some brands that people are buying because they were cheaper. A cheaper brand, people are buying into them, and the prices have gone up. For like the Samsung and the Sabre Rocket, the ones that I generally would recommend, like 980 Pros, 980 Evos, 990 Pros, 990 Evos, Sabre Rockets, multiple variants of Sabre Rocket, just due to longevity. I try to tell people to buy those. And those prices have stayed the same, but the lower brands, the cheaper brands, have gone up in price. So why memory prices are going up, why memory prices are rising in 2025, RAM prices and DDR5 market outlook. You guys can go over this over here. Again, bitcart.com. You can go check this out and give you more information on what I was talking about there for that. The next spot that I was talking about is the reduction shrinks available supply while demand remains steady, as in people are still upgrading to DDR4. So that's the reason why DDR4 is still up in price right now. They started going up in price right around early to middle of this year and just steadily climbing. Unlike DDR5, where it just all of a sudden within 2 months went double price to triple price for some brands. And that you can find at Bitcart as well. Some smaller manufacturers are still trying to fill the gap, but the capacity is too limited to prevent price increases. That's fresh from China. That is on this page here. Fresh. Where's my fresh from China? So Cybernet's PCs. Another good spot. That was actually pretty good. Pretty good to go over. So should you buy RAM now or wait? Here's the practical advice. If you're upgrading soon, buy now. Prices may climb further before they settle. They will settle down, and the prices will probably be a bit higher than what they were in the previous years. But they will settle down. So in my opinion, buying RAM right now is not a good time. You'll just keep raising the prices of RAM and make it so that way it does not settle down as far as it should be. If we can stop buying RAM right now, the main thing is for consumers buying RAM. If we can stop buying RAM right now, they can help supply that the warehouse full of RAM, basically. Like they can help their supply gain back up, and that way they can sell at a reasonable price. If you're building a brand new PC, consider how much RAM you truly needed. These prices high, they can make sense to start with a small kit and upgrade later. Nah, in my opinion, just buy one kit and that's all you need. Just 32 gigs, 48 gigs, 64 gigs, 96, depending on what you need. Just buy used if you can. So now we got, DDR5 production is still maturing. DDR5 uses more advanced wafers, more complex manufacturing steps, and newer fab processes than DDR4. That makes production more expensive and slower to scale, as in slower to, if the supply and demand's just way too high, they're selling out faster than what they can produce, then yeah, the prices will go up from that. Supply and demand's a big portion in the reason why DDR5 prices have hiked up so much in the recent couple months here. Because producers can't crank out DDR5 as fast as demand is rising, prices stay high as supply struggles to catch up. The next part on this part is memory fab capacity is limited. DRAM fabs, the factories making memory chips, have finite production capacity. Building new lines or converting old ones takes years and billions of dollars. That is over at Cybernest PCs. Even small disruptions, equipment delays, logic hiccups, regional policy changes can have huge effects on supply. And yeah, there's a lot of reasons why prices are going up because of a little bit due to the tariffs and also due to the fact there's not enough fabs in the United States and or Canada to even make these. Because memory fabs are being stretched across multiple product lines, DDR4, DDR5, HBM, and low-power DDR, etc. There simply isn't enough output to meet every segment's demand simultaneously. HBM is what you will see in like these high-end GPUs for AIs and what data centers are generally using. Low-power DDR is for laptops. You can get low-power DDR for desktop as well, but it's generally for laptops and mobiles. DDR5 and DDR4 prices going up due to the fact production for DDR4 ceased to exist basically, and DDR5 is going up due to the fact that they just cannot produce it fast enough. Inventory behavior and market psychology, stockpiling and panic buying. Distributors and system builders are ordering aggressively to lock in what stock remains, which sucks RAM out of open retail inventory and pushes prices up. Panic buying also often precedes or amplifies price spikes because suppliers hold less stock on shelves. Because they generally have to buy bulk supply. If there's not enough bulk supply to buy, they just can't hold that stock inventory. And that's why they'll, like retailers will just hike the price up anyways, supply and demand. So end of life and legacy products, DDR4 has entered end of life phase in many fabs, so there are fewer fresh chips entering supply chain, or basically no fresh chips entering supply chain. There's already been, earlier this year I went over this, there could be newer PCBs being made by some companies using DDR4 ICs still, but they're not new by any means. The consequence, people still running DDR4 systems and businesses that can't upgrade easily are forced to compete for the dwindling stock and pushes prices higher. Again, supply and demand. Raw materials, packaging, and testing costs. DDR4 modules are more advanced components like PMICs and better substrates and tighter testing that's validation to help get you these kind of frequencies and timings that you're looking for. These low 6000 or 6400 kits with low cast latency that are tuned for AMD have to be done a specific way. These higher frequencies at a certain timings for Hynix M die, A die, and Micron. Micron's kind of leaving the game though for the crucial. But yeah, they're all done a bit different way, and to validate for the frequencies and timings do take a bit of time, and the hand bin chips just take even longer. So geopolitical and supply chain factors. DRAM production heavy concentrated in Korea and Taiwan. Any export controls, trade tensions, or fab slowdowns there can impact global memory supply. Logics and transportation bottlenecks still ripple through the memory supply chain, especially post-pandemic. Current price in reality 2025 and early 2026, maybe till the middle or end of 2026. Reports show DDR4 prices have risen double-digit percentages and sometimes more than DDR5 in certain markets because supply is shrinking while demand stay high. Even older DDR4 sticks have been trading at prices previously higher than DDR5 because manufacturers aren't producing enough to satisfy legacy demand, and that is manufacturers to supply the actual like AIB supplying the actual RAM sticks, and that's not the actual ICs or the chips that are on the actual RAM sticks themselves. So again, it's not just AI demand, it's a combination of reduced DDR4 production and fading legacy support, slower DDR5 production ramp, and higher manufacturing costs. Limited fab capacity across memory types, investing, hoarding, and market speculation dynamics, supply chain, geopolitical volatility, and logistics pressures, raw material and testing costs. All of these together create a perfect storm while DDR4 and DDR5 prices are climbing, not just because of one cause, but due to structural industry trends and supply-demand imbalances. Again, we're also in this time of year where people are buying stuff or have the money to buy stuff, so some retailers and or well, it's not really manufacturers, but more or less retailers are trying to take advantage of that and hike up the prices because, well, people have the money to spend, or they feel inclined to have to spend the money at this time of year. So I do feel bad for the people that are looking to upgrade. I told people back early this year, upgrade now, just upgrade to a good CPU, hold on GPUs. GPU prices are not half bad right now. SSDs, again, for some manufacturers, AIBs, besides Samsung, from what I've noticed, and also some Sabre Rocket, the prices actually aren't half bad and have been fairly cheap, actually, in my opinion. Half the price what I bought my NVMe's 3 years ago. So yeah, I would say right now is a good time to be buying SSDs. If you wait until early 2026, maybe it'll go down a bit more, but this time of year is just a really bad time to be buying anything, really, not just PC hardware. Let me sell my kit, then prices can drop. Yeah, I hear you there, Z. Yeah, and that's what I've been trying to tell people to buy is buy RAM sticks off of, used RAM sticks. The marketplace is a good place right now to be buying DDR4. Really cheap, actually, in my opinion. Really cheap. I've noticed some fairly good prices for DDR4 on marketplace. Uh, it, you're working on a DDR3 build, nice. There's nothing wrong with a DDR3 build. If you can get yourself a decent kit of RAM, a decent CPU, does pretty well. Like if you can get yourself like a 4770K, 4790K with a decent kit of RAM, it performs pretty good. I've done testing with 3770K and not even crazy overclock on RAM, and it did just fine for gaming. And if you can get yourself a decent cooler for it, overclock it a bit more, oh yeah. I guess AM3 platform wouldn't have been too bad either. New. What? What do you want? I want to get me in the way. Not sure how I managed that, but I disconnected my mic. Oops. I'm not sure how I managed that. But yeah, there's a lot of things. How's it going there, Vep? I think Z's gone. Well, that's why the mic got disconnected. Gabby, stop your tail. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Thanks for asking. No, YouTube's terrible sometimes. A lot of times. Like, seriously, just terrible. Sounds good. Get her done, man. Get her done. Oh, yeah. My drooly killy. Let me get that drool. Alright. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't know what else to talk about right now. Might be ending the stream, to be honest. Oh, stop. Yeah, it is what it is. I've already talked about what I wanted to talk about too, so. Um, yeah, I've already talked about why RAM prices are going up. It's not just because of AI, like what majority of people are talking about. I've gone through a lot of stuff earlier this year why RAM DDR4 was going up, and then DDR5 is going to go up, and then there's a lot more reasons than just AI. Yeah, I just made a video too. Not a good one by any means, but going over reasons, stuff I found over the past week. Checking a whole bunch of different forums and websites on what they were gathering on some things and put in with what I gathered as well. And I basically try to leave AI out of it because again, it's not just AI that's causing it. It's a lot of reasons why. Manufacturers, retailers, supply and demand's a huge one. Yeah, yeah. Oh, 100%. And it's just easier while like the YouTubers more or less something they can talk about and just blame something to make drama, right? Everyone loves drama nowadays. Can't find anything better in their life, so they need something to talk about, something to blame. Yeah. It's sad that that's the way the world is right now. Just too uneducated on, you know, doing your own research or, not just going off of what everyone else is talking about. Part of the sheep, you're gonna get left behind basically. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that just drives the market to go up further and then makes it so that way they can set a spot for the prices to be at a higher rate than what it should be at. For whenever the prices do go back down, supplies start coming back. Yeah, I remember a lot of these retailers had tons of this stock anyways, and it was marked up before even prices were, or the, I don't know, the AIBs didn't make the RAM kits and ship them out. And retailers are just banking off of it right now. Because it's that time of year too. Everyone buys around the October, November, generally around October, November. A little bit in August, but more or less October, November for Christmas. So yeah, I just did it. I recorded when I was talking about it. And I went over the websites. And I went over the websites. Oh, I'll have to edit the video more, like as in add stuff in the description where you can go check out more information, fact check me, and kind of thing, you know. Just because I like to have facts and not rumor type deal or just blame AI. So that's why I was talking about I added in AI once because it is a little bit on AI as well, but not all of it, not the majority of it at least. It's manufacturers, supply and demand, consumers, and AI. But AI again does use they use some DDR5 error correcting DDR5, and they use generally use Samsung anyways, but some I guess use Micron. A lot of them use Samsung though. Yeah, how's it going there? How's it going, Guh? Did you get some benchmarking done? I never checked. I haven't checked today yet. Still in fourth. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, yeah, I hear you there. I hear you. Yeah, definitely deal with that, man. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need that. Sub that in like 5 days. Yeah, I hear you there, Vep. Definitely hear you there. I hear you. Going over comments on videos that I might have missed. Yeah, basically. Basically, a lot of it is. I just think it's kind of funny that people are trying to blame Micron for slowing down their production to work on their HBM. The HBM that they got going for the AI data centers would technically help it so that way the AI data centers have more supply. And since Micron's making the best HBM right now there is, like, they're making more money, so it makes sense. Can't even just say corporate greed on that. Yep, people are trying to use Micron as a scapegoat. Yeah, well, I mean, it still works, right? It still works technically. So people wanted to save some money, but there's other brands that also use Micron ICs or used other. How's it going, man? That used other RAM that's not good. Just like people getting the Hynix M-Dive 32 gigabyte kits, they're not great. And from all my testing on the different kits of Micron I've owned for DDR5, not half bad in my opinion. I don't get why though too. How's it going, Jimmy? Yup. I because XMP is so easy to enable too. Yeah, they are insane. And that's due to the fact people are still buying them at this stupid price because they've been literally brainwashed saying, "Oh, it's not going to get any better. It's just going to get worse." It's going to continue to get worse if people keep buying it at this price. That's what people don't understand. No, we'll just blame AI. We'll blame Micron. It's all them. Because they don't have the stock for it because again, people are buying it. It's that time of year, man. It's that time of year people are buying. Yeah. It's hard to get into BIOS, right? Oh, it's so complicated. Although all BIOSes have easy mode, you can see that there's XMP. You click on one of those XMPs, boom. Oh, where you are? That's crazy. I think people around here are smart enough not to, because we still have stock in like Best Buy. I've never really checked Walmart for any kind of PC hardware, to be honest. Yeah, it's literally one click. Click one of them. There's usually two or three XMPs. Click one of them. There you go. Yep. Yeah. People need someone to hate. I hear you. Yep. Yep. People just need to have something to blame. Someone to blame. There's gotta be something to blame. Blame yourself. Blame the consumers. It's not just AI. I don't know why people are saying it's just AI. Samsung's the main seller and has been the main seller for error correcting DDR5 high speed RAM for data centers since it came out. HBM is a different story. Again, like I said, it's kind of smart that Micron switched over to their HBM because it would actually help the actual RAM prices go up, as in stock start going back up, because AI data centers will have enough HBM memory. And Micron makes the 12 stack HBM. It's the best HBM out there. I talked about that earlier this year. Hey, Nugget. What you doing, Nugget? Hi. You want up? You want up? Yeah, right? Yeah. Could have sold them for a lot more than what you bought them for. We got a nugget. You say hi? There you go. Yeah. 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 You could have ended up with a bunch. Oh, go look on eBay right now. There's some people that have like 20, 30 kits of 32 gigabyte of RAM still in box. They must have bought it like not too long ago, but when the prices started going up, because they're trying to sell it for like $600. Like basically, you can buy it used, or yeah, you can buy it new. Sorry, and they're trying to do it on eBay. It's like, what is wrong with you? Those kits aren't even worth that much, and that's one of the reasons why the prices are going up too, because you got people doing that, buying all these kits of RAM. They literally have pictures of like 20, 30 boxes of RAM, all the same one. I mean, 64 gigs for 150, even US, is not bad. I paid a lot for my 48 gigabyte kit, but for hand binned RAM ICs, it's kind of worth it in my opinion if you're trying to get the best overclock ability out of them. If I just had a better motherboard, like an Apex motherboard, um, I could have some really, really, really good scores. I still got really good scores with it, but I could have better frequency with same timings, basically. You should have. You should have listened to Amazon when they're telling you to buy now. Buy this. It's save money. The more you buy, the more you save. No, I mean, 115 for 64 gigs would be really cheap. Like, that's cheap, cheap. I paid about 400 for my 48 gigabyte. Again, I spent the money on it, though. But Hynix M die, 48 gig, Corsair Dominator Titaniums, hand bin chips. From the early batch, guaranteed to give you these certain ICs that I wanted. Yeah, I hear ya. And at the time, like earlier this year, middle of this year, was a good time to get the 8000 kits, the higher frequency kits, or even higher kits at a decent price. Because even if you can't run it at that, you can run it at a lower voltage, at a lower frequency, and get some good time-ins out of it, which is really good. Yeah, true. It'll start at 240, yeah. Even still, for high density kits, it's not terrible. Because then you don't have to worry, like, buying it later on. That's why I told people earlier this year on specific stuff to buy, to not worry about the future. You'll be good for the future with certain CPUs, certain motherboards, certain RAM kits. And GPUs, you can always upgrade easier. So if you always buy the CPU, RAM, and a decent motherboard, it doesn't even have to be the best. Just a decent one. It'll save you money in the long run. Then you don't have to worry about all these prices like this going up. Got a crazy tail. Yeah, see you, Dim. Yeah. And technically you'd need a certain motherboard that supported it. I'm not sure if yours does. All good. But the CU dims are really good. Really good PCBs on them. Not the the ICs are good, but the PCBs, the actual stick itself is good. Well designed. Well designed. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if the actual motherboard website. What motherboard is it? I forgot what motherboard it was. Motherboard was it? Because supports and fully supports are two different things. No, I hear you there. Ah, yeah, the Steel Legend. Yep, it does support unbuffered memory, which includes the CU DIMM, which is good. It does. ASRock's good. Nothing wrong with ASRock. Yeah, I mean, some of them were stupid prices. They were, they were. What board's that? That's a big jump in price. You're looking at the Fatality one, the K4D3. Oh, you'll find errors everywhere. Extreme. Pretty sure it's just a the Pro 4-D3 and the Fatality Z170 K4-D3 from ASRock. I'm pretty sure all the extremes are DDR4. They're not strong by any means. I wouldn't use Z170 for DDR3. Yeah. So the memory controller on like your 6th and 7th gen are is supposed to be like only regulated for a lower voltage. DDR3 standard DDR3 is 1.5 volts. DDR3 low power DDR3 is 1.35 volts, which is technically what it's made for. And you run a risk of just destroying your CPU memory controller with running DDR3 standard and then trying to overclock. Just puts more strain on it, and it's not good. G-Skill makes good RAM. That's probably why, though. How's it going, James? But yeah, definitely a Z97. Yeah, a lot. Especially over in the past 2 months. I said it earlier this year, DDR4 and DDR5 prices will go up. I just didn't expect it to go up this much at this time of year. But yeah, you want to look for a decent Z97 board. Yeah. If you look at all the top records for DDR3 memory frequency, you'll know why. No. Yeah. And then you just need a decent CPU. Like a 4770K or 4790K? Perfect. Apparently, they're also using what? Give me one sec here. I mean, Coffee Lake mod on the board to use an 8th gen is not bad. It's just not recommended by any means. Let's see, third page. The 4th gen is the best for it. Trying to figure out who's using a certain CPU. It's just a lower tiered CPU. Yeah, there it is. Pentium G325A 8. Pentium G3258. Yeah, the 5070 is good though. Can't complain about it. It's still a decent GPU. No, no. LGA 1200, like 11900K. Yeah. Yeah, dual core. And people are getting good frequencies with that CPU on DDR3 platform. Still 4th gen. Still Haswell. But yeah, 11900K is your best bet. Even 11700K. Let's see what the records are for it. 11900 KF. 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 A lot of KFs. I don't think there's any 12th gen or 13th gen. 12th gen would be a better bet. But there's none of them up in the... Oh, 12600K. Yeah, 12600K up there. Top 30 for 12600K. But the better bet is, yeah, 11th gen. Just the memory controllers are beefy. Beefy for DDR4. No, 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 don't yell at me. Oh. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, the world record's on 4770K, but I mean, they're roughly the same. They're roughly the same for memory controller. Just you'll have some CPUs that are gonna have a better memory controller than other, right? The record on the 4770K has an insane memory controller. Can handle that frequency with that motherboard, with that really high-end motherboard, which is a Gigabyte Z97 LN2, which is the better one to have. It's not like it's good. It's just one of those oddity CPUs. Be nice to have one. It was never really a good CPU. That's why people didn't really care for it. Yep. It's not cheap. Never was cheap. It was basically like the first X3D CPU. Had L4 cache. Yeah, because it's before its time, basically. And it technically didn't have a whole lot of L4 cache that really helped it. Yeah, yeah. It was a good experiment, too. That's what people don't know is Intel tries some things out, right? They redesign things, reinvent things. Yep. AMD's always been good at copying Intel and Nvidia, technically. They've always been really good at copying. And then not changing too much stuff up and just trying to advance on nodes to help with frequency and IPC, basically. Then keep the same platform. Yeah, Vep, just some days I don't know. I really don't know. He paired it with the 265K. Ultra 7. Core Ultra 7. It does. Yeah. Yeah, it's the Ultra. Core Ultra. You got the Core Ultra 5, 7, 9. Yeah, not an eye. No more eye. So they took out hyper-threading, and they're not putting hyper-threading back in. Yeah, single core. So on single core boost would be high. Well, not high frequency, but high IPC. Per core IPC is really high on them. Yep, core 2, core quad. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Because the Pentiums had a bit more frequency on them. Then you can also get a 4 core if you wanted. Yeah. Just to help keep the lows up, more or less. Better IPC is going to be give you better frames for some games. Then add that to the high frequency is better as well. Yeah, it is what it is. Just don't know. You don't know. That's not like you're dumb. It's just you didn't know. Yeah, I have the power. No, he needed he needed more than the G7400. No, he needed more. He needed more than a 2-core. He needed more than a 2-core. Yeah, the single core performance still pretty good on 4060. The 14600K. The 3060 though, I don't know. Not with all the mods you're doing on Skyrim. I don't know if that would have been good. Because I would have recommended the 3060 12 gig, and they weren't cheap. They're still not cheap. Not that it's too old. It's just it's not beefy enough. The bit rate's not as fast. Memory's not as fast. Just overall, it just doesn't even compare to a 5070. Maybe where you are for the 5700 XT. They're still selling for like 200 plus bucks here, where I am. That's not worth it, in my opinion. 5700 XT? Nah. Yeah, the 3060 12 gigs were, or I'm not sure if the prices have gone down on them still. Still pretty sure there's still a high price on them, unfortunately. Because a 3060 12 gigs not half bad for a lot of games. But for your Skyrim with the mods, nah, it probably would not have been that great. Open box on Amazon that cheap, that's really good. Yeah, not the same car at all. Yeah. Yeah, it was a big increase. Yep. Yeah, the Supers should be pretty good when they come out eventually. Should. And hopefully they don't raise the price much more than the originals because, yeah. 'Yep. Well, not even just VR, you're doing the mods for it too. 'Are they using 6700? I thought they were using 7600. No, I guess they are using 6700. Yeah, yeah, they put a lot more strain on the system. That's why you need a decent CPU and decent GPU. 500 gigabytes? That's insane. That's insane. Yeah, that's wild. That's actually wild. Yeah, it's not bad. I've owned the XT version. It's a pretty good card. Yeah, it would have been. Oh. Yeah. I mean, there's quite a bit of people that play VR. I don't know how many people are playing like that Skyrim with the mods though, which is a little bit different. Yeah. Yep. And I'll do the research. I'll do the research to make sure I'm giving proper information on stuff that I don't even do. There's a lot of them, and each one could have. Well, there's a couple that are just they'll hammer the CPU alone. Because I've done mods on older games like RuneScape. It's pretty brutal. Completely changes the game too. Completely changes the way it looks. It's wild, actually. That's Fire Strike though. It's not the same there. Yeah, you can't compare the Fire Strike with VR. And that's just a 3060. You gotta think the 5700 XT is a higher tiered version versus the lower tiered 3060. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good when it came out too. That's if you can find them for around that price though. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the 5700, the ARC 5700 XTs use the same controller as the Vega cards, like the Vega 56 and Vega 64. The IR 35217, I believe it is. Oh, nice. No, it's not the 12 gigabyte 3060. It's 8 gigabyte. Yeah. Oh, it is 12 gigabyte? That's a terrible score for the 12 gigabyte. Let me just take a look at your 3060 then. Level 5 is a good one to look at. Yeah, that would have affected the score. Because it's your combined test with your graphics test that matters. Still, 5700 XT is still doing alright. Yeah, it's not so good for Fire Strike. That's pretty wild. A 192-bit. Yeah, it's not so great. I think the Fire Strike is just it's not great. Yeah, VR, the 3060 is better in VR though. Like, not a huge difference, but it is better. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, no doubt. I've never played VR though, so. Yep, you could do all that. You can. What? Soon. Yeah, they have that. PC building simulators, VR simulator. Bam, bam. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta love that. Oh, especially for Skyrim, man. There's so many. So many. So, so many. As I've done it on this RuneScape, but I mean, there was a lot, but there's a lot for Skyrim. Holy moly. What you doing? Yeah. Yeah, the mod loaders do help. Someone getting hungry? You getting cranky? You getting hangry? You are getting hangry? Yeah? Are you sure? Someone's getting hangry? Someone's getting hangry, but purring? You gotta put them in correct order, too. That's brutal. Alright, let's go get you some food. One sec. Yes. What's going on, man? I'll be right back to make some quick food. I said I was gonna make some food. I almost out of food. What's going with Deal? Doing all right. God, you're doing good. That depend really. Yeah, whatever games you enjoy. I think the games that he plays has VR. To be honest, nice. Yeah, yeah, they're not cheap, man. And I never got those games. But if you like it, you like it. No, it's not because of Crucial. Even if, even still, people are making AI at home. That's still just a regular computer nowadays. You can do that. It's not just the reason. AI data centers aren't taking up supply though for standard RAM. Yeah, plus you can use that computer for other things too, right? That not just VR. Mm-hmm. Just not want a piece of cheese. Have a paw. Have a paw. Have a. Thank you. Have the other paw. You're such a good girl. Well, yeah, you can definitely play VR on your computer just fine. Although you could upgrade the GPU and it'd be a little bit better for it to NVIDIA, but it'll still work just fine. Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know what Ocular setup is. I didn't know you could load games onto the system like that. Yeah, yeah, true there, damn. Not much. How goes your day there, Nick? Yep. How's it going, clicking? Doing all right. It's a burger, or not burger. It's a bagel. Bagel with a piece of bologna. I hear you there, Nick. 2420 or 2420 XTX. Hamburgers cost too much, so bagel and piece of bologna, a little bit of mayo. Yeah, the Quest 3 is pretty good. Hmm. Yep, they're not good right now. They're absolutely horrible. The prices are terrible. I found the best spot to go is some odd site, and there's a couple of kits on Newegg that's not half bad, like around $200. But there's some weird brand I've actually never even heard of. So I wouldn't recommend it myself, but just if you're hurting for RAM. Oh, I haven't ate out in I don't know how long. I don't know. Yeah, well, I mean the what Vep said there. You get the Quest 3 for 300, actually 249 on Amazon. I don't know how you're fasting. I don't know how you do it. And they cater Panda Express. They cater. They feed you guys at work. Dang, that's nice. I mean, I've had a couple jobs like that before, but it was never like a restaurant like that. It was usually like pizza, generally pizza. Well, I mean, I've worked for a couple places where once a week we got to go out wherever we wanted. We can go to like the Keg, Montana's, Red Lobster type of deal, wherever we wanted. Spend as much as we want every Friday, but that was once a week. Just give me a quick coffee. Yeah, it's true. I hear you there. Yeah, you can just continue to work until food gets there. You get your food, boom, there you go. Yeah, I hear you there. I hear you there. I don't know. Is that good? Bad? If only. Keep hearing a lot about this Ozempic. Really? Why though? Do I want to search up Ariana Grande? She needs to put on some weight. What happened to her? That's the thing though. I wouldn't be able to take that because I need to be able to eat something. Yeah, that can. Metabolism, part of metabolism too. I would have to eat like 3,000 pounds of food to gain 2 pounds. That's brutal. Yeah, it's something that runs my family too, so yeah, I've had no issues with it. My heart rate's always good, blood pressure's always good, blood sugars. Whenever I had it checked out, I haven't had it checked in years, but everything's been pretty good that way. 60 pounds from it. Holy. Can of chicken broth. I mean, I guess you still need to get like your vitamins and that. I'm not sure if you could like do the fasting with strictly just vitamins and minerals, like supplements. Ah, you need the sodium. Oh, that makes sense though. You need sodium in your diet. Like a lot of people don't realize, you need sodium. And if you sweat a lot, or just from work itself, you need a lot of sodium, and you need a certain amount of sugar too. You just randomly pass out, or just randomly start your joint like you can just randomly pass out. Then you also need potassium too. Is fasting? Do you need a lot of potassium when fasting, or is that not a thing? That's one thing I need to get a lot. Like, uh, eventually, when I do finally get paid by YouTube here again, I'm gonna be getting like probably a bunch of eggs and that. It's just eggs don't last me long, and they're just too expensive nowadays. It's like everyone, most people just have like a 2 or 3 egg omelet. I have like a 6 egg, an 8 egg omelet, and that's add in whatever meats and cheese I put into it too. And that's still like a light snack for me with 4 pieces or 6 pieces of toast on the side. That's why I generally don't eat breakfast anymore. Then I need a Costco membership. I need a Costco membership though. That's the main thing, making sure everything's good to go. And me, myself, and I, like probably why I wasn't talking a whole lot earlier, is because I haven't been eating much, so I just don't have the energy to even talk. Basically, I can get a decent sleep too. I haven't really gotten the best sleeps, but even if I get a decent sleep, if I just need to eat more, and the way the prices are right now of things, it's just wild. Yeah, see, 2 eggs, 2 toasts. I'd be starving in like 20 minutes. Starving, like hungrier than if I did not eat at all. Yeah, eggs are bad for your cholesterol, but my cholesterol has always been good, even though I would eat like up to some, like when I was eating a lot, when I was eating my 11 meals a day, I would eat roughly 20 eggs a day or 24 eggs a day. A day. And cholesterol fine. Everything perfectly fine. And that's on top of, like 7-8 pounds of different kinds of meats. Generally a lot of beef though. But I would try to do a leaner meat, but there's a lot of beef, and then on top of like the 5 or 6 pounds of chicken a day, and I would still be perfect. Like people are wondering how my blood is so perfect, my cholesterol is so perfect, and like, everything was so perfect. I guess it depends on who you are. I guess maybe metabolism does help with that, but also what you're doing. I've always been very active, work wise, and worked out. Yeah, I used to eat a lot of chicken, man. Yeah, I hear you there. A lot of chicken. Is that good or bad? See, I don't know. I go get the testing done or have the testing done. I had an ex that was a nurse too, so becoming a registered nurse, and she did all that kind of stuff for me too and checked stuff out for me. And she was always baffled, like, how is this even possible? Like, doesn't make sense of the person you are, how much you eat, what you eat. Hmm. Well, chicken's really good, and then like if you get, you just if you want to do some sort of spices, it's so good. I have a super hyperactive one that's just way too fast. I can literally eat a meal that like some monster 7 foot tall, 400 pound person can eat, and I'll be hungry like 30 minutes later. Like I can literally eat as much as a family, all in one sitting. Still be hungry like within an hour. I wouldn't even say like it's a great metabolism. I think it's not a good metabolism at all. And then like I don't gain weight at all unless I'm working out. I don't gain fat. Like I just don't gain fat. I just lose weight due to muscle mass. Again, I used to be pretty big. Beef is not overrated. It's good to have in your diet. Beef is good to have in your diet. It is. For some people, you can't. They just can't handle or have large portions. But again, I can eat whatever I want. Yeah, it has lots of iron, which is good for you. It's more or less really good for women for having more iron, but men still need it too. You boil it. See, I did the boiling too with the rice. Yep. But brown rice is not exactly good for you. You know that, right? It's like it's slightly toxic if you're eating too much of it. Parboiled or just basmati or yeah, jasmine is just fine. Yeah. For brown rice, brown rice. I don't eat brown rice because what you might eat for rice would be like that's a tease. I eat for dry rice for one meal with chicken or whatever else I have with like having with it. I'll make 1 cup plus just for me. Like a heaping, measuring cup of 1 cup. I'll make sure it's a heap of rice just for me, of dry rice. Like a whole pot of rice just for me for one meal. It's not that they're poisoning rice. It's just brown rice. The husk has. I don't think it's cyanide. It's something that's on it. Quinoa. I haven't had quinoa in actually a while. It's actually pretty good. I'm not sure if you like hummus at all either. Hummus, dang, you can make like cheap food too. Really good protein hummus. You can make different styles of it too. You can make it like a spread. You can make it just eat it. It's so good. Yeah, long grain. Basmati. I like basmati. Yasmin's not bad, but I like my basmati. Generally, you get like a little bit of a fluffier rice out of it. I can't technically eat brown rice because I eat too much of it. It's technically poison me. I don't want to get poisoned just from eating. Like those two bagels that I had there, like I'm starving already. Already I'm starving, man. And that's like I'm literally just sitting down. Just sitting down, man. I'm not even doing anything. Yeah, see, that's just wild. Arsenic, thank you there. Yeah, arsenic, that's it. And it's the arsenic's just on the husk. It's not on the actual grain itself. It's the husk. That's what makes brown rice. It's the husk. Thank you for saying that. I was trying to figure out which kind of poison it was. And yeah, if you eat the amount of food I do and you just continuously eat brown rice, you can get deathly ill from eating brown rice. Because I eat that much. How's it going, Hooves? You eat the husk. Brown rice is rice with husk. No, no. The brown rice that maybe you're thinking of is a different kind of rice. Standard brown rice has the husk. We're not talking like instant or anything like that. And I'm pretty sure there's one other kind of brown rice that isn't the same. No, see that's the thing. Rice itself, the white rice is not it's not natural. It's bleached. It's technically bleached. It's an off color. Rice is technically an off color. Yeah, see that's a different kind of brown rice. That's not with the husk. That's a artificially browned rice and actually it probably isn't half bad for you. But it's probably not bleached either. It's not bleached. And a lot of people don't like that white rice because it's bleached, but it's not nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. And that's the thing though, that's why China's it's very good with like the way they have their rice fields, right? Because it's very efficient. Their water lasts a long time. They don't have to continuously fill up the water supply. Yeah, I mean it happens though. I mean most of my viewers are not exactly kids and a bit older. I'm not saying you guys are old. Some of you are old farts though. But I mean, we everyone has to take care of themselves. So I try to wish people the best and hopefully they have, stay healthy, stay strong. The brain, I think the brain is far east. The brand, yeah, the brand's far east, I guess. Without saying it, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we're evolving. I'm literally gonna be 33 here soon. Literally 1 month. In 1 month, exactly, today, I will be 33. Oh, I know, yeah. I kind of figured that, Nick. It's all good, man. It's all good. I just had to say that. Just to clarify for some people that might not understand. Far East brain? Does it come with Asian eyes? There's a lot of stuff from like Indian style stuff is really good. This is my opinion. It's most accurate. Dots or feathered? What? Dot. I mean, feather too, but that's more like you hunt for it, and I'm raised right doing that. So yeah, looking for it, not found. Smoke signals or spicy hand food? Spicy hand food. I like spice. I like hot sauce and that. So for the feathers are aboriginal. How's it going, Squeeze? Everything's wrong with your subs. Yeah, it's just smoke signals. Yeah, you can't hide the finished run. Yeah, just CPU. CPU memory tab is all you need for some bench runs. I just add them because I do. I like to have that little bit extra in it. because I can fit it. I mean, it's just a little bit of Tetris you got to do. Not hard to fit everything in, and more. It's not. And then like your CPU frequency, 15,000 or 15 gigahertz. Like, you need to fix up whatever you did. You messed up your PC, like, big time. Yeah, yeah, and they generally do fit. And then all you can do too is just make a custom resolution to like 2K, and then you can fit everything more. Well, your CPU should not be reading like that. It's not even running good, to be honest. And your RAM frequency too, it's messed up. It means you messed up something. Bad OS or bad, I don't know. Yeah, I probably should make like specific videos on how to do proper validation for like Cinebench and other kind of benchmarks. I do have how to validate, but not Cinebench, I guess. I'm not saying anything about your RAM speed, but if you check your picture, you check your sub, your CPU or your RAM frequency is also saying 7,813 megahertz. It's not. You're at 2,800. Not even. Not even. Oh yeah, 2,800. No, 2,900. 2,933 probably around there. That's what I'm saying. Something's messed up. Your computer's messed up. Max core frequency 19 gigahertz. Max RAM frequency is 7,813. Yeah, 2,933. That's what I said. Which is pretty standard for DDR3, DDR4. I don't know. It could be your motherboard itself that's just causing that issue, but yeah. Yeah, but if you can't do anything with it, like, you should be able to enable XMP at least. No XMP? Well, that's part of the reason why there. Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not sure what to talk about right now. I really don't. I've already talked about everything earlier on the stream. Just no one's joining, asking questions on things. So yeah, I've already made a video. I already made a video and posted it on the RAM reasons why RAM frequency or RAM time RAM is going up, and not like just strictly AI and blaming a company type deal. Like actual legitimate reasons why. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, Mo. He's spec in the Discord. He changed his name again. Again. Yeah, Mo. Says a lot. Doesn't do much, though. How's it going, Joe? Let's see. Give me 1 sec here. Pull up a page. Do a little bit of this. I miss Joe. Oh, you miss Mo? And then we do this. There we go. We got it. So memory prices on the rise was driving the 2025 semiconductor market. So over the past few months, global DRAM and NAND prices have shown a steady upward trend. NAND, not so much. Some brands, yeah, but it's just some brands. A stark contrast to the market slump and dominated much of 2023 and early 2024 as demand surges across AI servers, smartphones, data centers, memory manufacturers are once again gaining pricing power. That's the thing. Manufacturers, no. Not the manufacturers per se. After the prices increase, then yes. But not due to the manufacturers. Supply and demand. Market growth. Stock markets, right? The market value goes up, price of that's going to go up. Supply and demand increase, or the supply goes down, demand goes up, price increases. So according to the recent market data, DRAM prices have risen between 10 and 20% in quarter 2025, with DDR5 mobile seeing the sharpest increase. That's what I said before too. That's why the one page I said earlier in the stream that was a little off in a way, because they're saying DDR4 prices were higher, DDR5 and increased more. No, DDR5 now is at the highest point and cost more in DDR4, although that could change too if people continue to get into the DDR4 platform. So major suppliers such as Samsung Electronics, SK Hynix, and Micron have all tightened production capacity for low-end products while prioritizing high-value AI and data center memory. Somewhat. And yet they're trying to blame just Micron on this when it is Samsung and has SK Hynix as well. But they're trying to put all the blame on Micron for some reason. I don't know why. We hate you, Micron. It's Micron's fault. Blame Micron. Yeah, I hear you there. Due to the fact that people are still buying at this price point, it's not going to go down to that price point. I'm thinking we're going to go back down to 2023 prices, to where it was fairly high. Because it was fairly new. Well, 2023, now 2022 prices, right around 2022 prices. Yeah, 2022, 2023 prices, probably roughly where it's going to be at. NAND flash market recovery. NAND flash, which powers SSDs and smartphones, is also experiencing a rebound after nearly 2 years of oversupply. Prices are roughly up 8 to 15%, driven on renewed consumer electronics demand and strong enterprise SSD orders. Oversupply. So they had some in stock. Probably weren't even being used. But now, since there's more of a demand, all of a sudden we have a shortage, so we can crank the price up. Oh no, our warehouse full of these NANDs are gonna go down real quick. Our warehouses. Interestingly, SSDs are focusing on QLC, quad level cell, and PCIe 5.0 storage solutions to improve performance per dollar. Signaling that even with rising prices, innovations remain strong. Supply constraints and geopolitical pressure. On the supply side, several factors are tightening the market. Limited wafer capacity in South Korea and Taiwan. U.S.-China export restrictions affecting advanced node equipment. Increased AI server orders absorbing high-performance DRAM and HBM. This is increased AI server orders absorbing high-performance DRAM and HBM. This is not the same. HBM is not the same. It's not the same. These constraints are making it difficult for PC and smartphone brands to secure low-cost memory, especially heading into the holiday seasons. It's also just a bad time of year to be buying stuff. Yeah, exactly. Just go to DDR3. Although there's not much DDR3 out there technically. I mean, lots on the used market, lots. For 32 and 64 gigs, 32 gigs probably gonna settle around that, like at the cheap end, 250 to 300. 64, you're talking 450, 500. I believe DDR5 is up to, what, $8 per gig for IC. I think that's what it's at right now, right around $8. And then DDR4 is like $7 and in change per gig. Per IC. This is per gig, right? Per gig. Well, not even per IC, but per gig. So then we gotta equate. Just give me a second. I'm gonna need a calculator for this one. So 32 times. So it's around 8 now. Probably settle around that 650. $208 just for that. Yeah. Yeah. And then manufacturing. Yeah. 32 gigs probably gonna sell around that 250, 300 on the low end mark for 32 gigs. 64 will probably be around, because even though it's double that, it'll probably be around that $450 to $500 range. And that's where it'll settle down at around for a while. I'm talking like early next year, and then by late next year, it'll probably be a lot better by late next year. No, they're not going to return. They're not going to return to what we had. But you might as well just go back to like the end of 2022, early 2023 prices for RAM. If I don't know if any of you remember the prices of them, that's roughly what you're looking at. That's right around what I just said there, and that's what I've been saying, is that's probably roughly where it's going to end up being until like halfway until next year, and then probably start going back down a bit more. But we're not going to probably see that price due to the fact people are still buying it at these unreasonable prices. Unreasonable. You don't? So yeah, that what I just said there around that $250, $300 range for 32 gigs is 2023 prices. A 48 gigabyte kit of RAM will cost you $350 to like $700 depending on what you're buying. A 48 gigabyte kit. And 32s were going like on the cheap end of $200+. And if you want to get a better kit, you're looking around that $250, $350 range. Then if you're like me that got the 48 gig kit that's on sale, yeah, it was a high-end kit, but I also paid $400. I'm talking Canadian prices right now. So American-wise, it's going to be roughly, you might as well cut that price down by about 20%. So you're going to be spending $200, roughly, $200 to $215 for the low-end 32 gigabyte kit, US. They haven't confirmed that AM6 will be DDR6. They're projected to still use DDR5. AM7 is projected to use DDR6. They haven't confirmed that they're doing DDR6, and that from last time I checked, not unless you were up to date on that. Not sure how DDR5 can be at the end of its life, though, there, Nick. It's still fairly new. We had DDR4 for how many years? We had DDR3 for how many years? And that's what I was telling people early this year, in the middle of this year, is to buy RAM. Especially if you're finding, like what VEP was finding, these crazy deals. Yeah, buy those deals. Get those deals. And like I was talking about earlier this year about DDR4, how DDR4 will be going up first. And that's due to the fact that in 2027 and 2028, the new RAM kits are going to be on the new Hynix. Yep, 3, yep. The new Hynix 3 gigabyte, though, is not supposed to be DDR6, though. It's still DDR5. It's just a new revision of DDR5. DDR6, I don't think it's supposed to come out until like 2029, 2030. But like yeah, I forget where that was. I can get some more information on that. But yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was an insanely good deal. That's why I said get it. Yeah, get it. Don't even think twice. Even though the other kit is just a lower, a lower frequency kit, that's still fine. You're not even paying the price for 48 gigabytes. You're not even paying technically the price for 32 gigabytes. 172 is really good. That's not even that's like the best price you can ever get. End of last year to the middle of this year was the best time to be buying DDR5. Final testing should be out in 2027. Yeah, I don't know about that. Give me 1 second. No. 2029 to 2030. Mainstream arrival. I knew I was right. But yeah, no, yeah, 2020. It's not going to hit mainstream us consumers at 2027. Data centers might get that, but that's a specific kind of RAM. That's not going to be the same that consumers get. Yeah, 2029, 2031. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be, end of 2029, early 2030 is supposed to come out. And yeah, that's what I remember. And that you can go over to like Kit Guru, Tom's Hardware, and yeah, those are one of the best ones. But Tom's Hardware for sure. Just give me 1 second, I'll show you. Because they have the roadmap for it, and that's what I like to go off of, is the roadmaps. Because that's what is they're gonna try to give me the link. That's what I like the roadmaps, because that's what the companies are gonna try to do. So here, hopefully we can see all this. What you got? Hey, it's like my yeah, it's like basically it looks just like my thumbnail. That's like pretty close to my thumbnail, and at my thumb, I put the sparks. Yeah, it's my thumbnail. I went off of the same thing. But yeah, here, Hynix. So SK Hynix is like one of the ones that will be coming out with it first. Samsung, SK Hynix, Micron, they'll arrive around the exact same time, and that will be for low power DDR6 and DDR6 and then GDDR8. All right, so we're already on GDDR7, and currently we're on GDDR5, and then low powered as well. Low power is lower powered. Low power DDR6 is still projected to be 1.1 volts. Some kits might do 900 millivolts or 950 millivolts or something like that. Not much more or less, but it's generally 1.1 volts. SK Hynix has published its DRAM roadmap at its SK AI Summit 2025. Again, I went over this live. I'm not sure who was there on that live, or if anyone remembers this stuff. Again, I do this stuff so I kind of remember this kind of crap for some reason. Well, plans are displayed in a very general way and not revealed important specifics. They still show the direction of DRAM technology evolution, approximate timelines of each emergence of new technologies. Naturally, since SK Hynix demonstrated the roadmap of an AI event, it has clear bias towards AI servers. Again, that's why it's going to be going out to the data centers and AI servers first. It's a really good testing point too as well, but they generally make it so that way it's a rock stable. The timings are not good. Maybe the frequencies are going to be good, but it has higher bandwidth. Generally with DDR5, more bandwidth. The latencies aren't generally that great, but more bandwidth, and that helps some cases. For us consumers, we're kind of want better timings, not technically frequency, and you got to have a good motherboard for that. Conventional types of DRAM such as DDR, GDDR, and LPDDR will continue to serve the memory needs of AI servers for the foreseeable future. DDR, GDDR. and LPDDR. But yeah, so here's the roadmap. DDR5 will continue to offer the balance between cost, density, and performance for years to come, albeit in forms of factors like MRDIMM Gen 2 that is set to arrive in 2026-2027 and support data transfer rates of 12,800 megatransfers per second, or second generation CXL memory expanders expected to hit the market in 2027-2028 as reported multiple times. DDR6 will only arrive in 2029 or 2030. Before that, DDR5 will keep evolving. And that's why we got that Hynix 3GB ICs. And then we also got, like, SK Hynix expects SO-CAM 2 modules based on LPDDR6 to arrive in late 2020s. That's already came out. Bad testing done on that, and that's why we do not really see that in desktops, but they are put into laptops because they work pretty good, but the frequencies are not there like what they projected it to be. It's just there's a lot of advancements on it, a lot of advancements, but just the design, they need to redo the actual modules themselves, not the actual like motherboard, the layouts and that, but the actual modules themselves need to be redesigned and have it so that way everything can be cooled properly. And again, I talked about all this stuff years ago on like some of my first live streams and some of my first videos that I've made about CAM2 memory and the issues on that. Fully fine DDR5. I dropped the nugget yet. I bought a crucial 1TB giant returned after you talked about the Samsung longevity. Paid 63 for it. Ended up getting 1TB Evo Plus. Good. It's a one, like, what a lot of people don't realize is try to do for certain PC hardware one-time purchase. Your CPU, your RAM, and buy yourself a decent motherboard and a decent NVMe. That will last you 10 years. 10 years if you actually know what you're buying. You make that last 10 years and see an increase in performance just by upgrading your GPU. And GPUs are easier to sell. Why is Discord going nuts? Yes. Oh. 17,600 mega transfers per second, they're saying now? That's a fast. Jack picks into integrated with the next gen AMD CPUs, manifest FPGA testing. Yeah, gradually reaching consumers. But consumers won't see that for probably a couple of years, 2029. Yeah. I don't think they are. I don't think they could be. Wow, they got to ramp up production right now on DDR5 if we want to even see prices get better. It's the bind, yeah. No, yeah, like I try to let people know what I know on this kind of stuff, and you can see trends. There's a lot of trends that have happened over the years, and you can kind of see when there's gonna be a product that goes up. Because of all these new games that are coming out, there are massive games, massive games. So not just PC, but also consoles are buying NVMe drives, right? Like, and that's why prices are going up on that because they need more storage. Consoles need more storage. PC needs more storage. That's hundreds of millions of people. Hundreds of millions of people needing more NVMe. That's hundreds of millions. I'm not even like saying all the people that might have even owned a console or a PC. Yeah, I would say it's just speculation. I'm pretty sure SK Hynix is continuously trying to make get their DDR5 production up, because they are selling more to consumers than anything. Not the same kind of RAM. It'll be a soldered RAM. Soldered RAM. It'd be a soldered RAM. Yeah, buy once, cry once. And a lot of people should take that into consideration when they're buying stuff, instead of continuously trying to upgrade. Or, oh, look, this game here, I really want to play that game. They try it with the PCs that they built before. Oh, this is terrible. Well, that's your own fault for building a system that's on a budget, yeah, but you spent more on portions of that PC that did not make sense. Where you could have upgraded to something that's better tier. Could have upgraded. RAM itself on AMD don't need crazy. Intel, you don't need crazy, but having faster RAM is going to help you. Having a better RAM kit, definitely going to help you. But just having a higher tier CPU is going to last you longer in the long run. As in, and just give you automatically better frames on 95% of the games. That's why I try, like, when people like in the summertime, when people are actually early this year, people are asking me about building systems and that, and I was trying to let them know, like, what are you doing? What kind of games? What are you going to do in the future? Have you even thought about the future? It's like, okay, well, I can recommend this. I can recommend this. I can recommend you just saving money on this portion or spend more money on this portion. So that way in the future, you don't have to re-upgrade that. Spend more money. Yeah, the future's now. Alright, take her easy there, Nick. HBM 5. Yup. Yup. Yeah, you cost me more money. That's gonna save you money in the long run. I've had the same PC for 4 years now, man. 4 years. Couldn't be happier. Get more frames than the average person with the same GPU. yeah, yeah. That will do more than that for 48 gigabytes. Yep. It's hard to really see the future for PC hardware, but you can follow trends. You can follow on what they're talking about now or at certain points of doing for certain hardware, and you can see the price of other hardware going up because of that. Just even looking at the time of year, if there's a new game that you can see that there's tons of people playing or want to play, you can see that the prices of stuff will go up as well. Well, we gotta upgrade to play that game. Gotta upgrade to play that game. Although if you did it right the first time, you technically don't need to upgrade every single year, even every 2 years or 3 years, if you do it the right way. And when you're buying the lower end tier hardware, they generally sell used a lot cheaper than the higher end tier. He would do a lot. Yeah, talk. Let's just go and talk. I didn't see nothing. Oh God, I wish I didn't see nothing. Exactly. Yeah, it is pretty wild. Look at Newegg. There are some Newegg RAMs that actually are half bad. It's just they're off. They're off brands I've never really heard of before. Something like Yushu or something like that. Like Yushu, Jusu, I think it is. One sec here. And desktop memory. Yeah, DDR5 is just wild for pricing. Holy. Where's the weird brand? Let's see. Can't find it now. I don't see it. DDR3 is nice and cheap though. DDR3 under 20 bucks. I still can't find it. It's like it disappeared overnight. I wouldn't mind some more DDR3. I do need some more DDR2. I only have a couple kits of DDR2. Alright, see you, Joe. Nah, there's no point in buying a console. You're spending more money in the long run with the console. I can't seem to find that brand. I think it's Jushu. Jusu. Or O. Maybe sure it's Jusu. two, two dims for dim slot. Yeah, they're terrible though. They're terrible. Actually, terrible. Don't even waste your money on that. Please don't even waste your money on that. That's for chumps. Chumps that are getting screwed over. Yeah, not worth it. Yeah, if you want to find some good kits of RAM, I can literally show you. But I mean, for decent kits of RAM for DDR3, if you especially want better DDR3 than what you have, um, like if you can find yourself some ADATA XPGs, they're pretty good. Crucial with the ballistics isn't half bad. And then Corsair, you want to look for some like C9 kits for C9 kits for Vengeance. Those are one of the cheaper ones you can get. Or you gotta spend the money on the Dominators. Well, eBay, you don't have to spend that much on eBay for those. Uh, like $50 or best offer. Like that's $40 or best offer plus $10 shipping. I'll add the shipping into it, and then you can get 3x2 GB of DDR3, and those would be really really good for high frequencies. And then if you ever get into like the triple channel Xeons, like the LGA 1366, like I have, those would be like really beneficial for you. Then you can spend the money on the 4 GB or 8 GB kits, and they're roughly, let's see, so the kit, 16 GB kit, or if you want to do 32 GB kit of 4x8, it's got to run you like $150 for 32 gigs, and that's the 2400 kits of Corsair Vengeance, which they're pretty good. There's CL11, but you're going to use the voltage anyways to lower that down. And they have really good timings. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good to hold on to it too. Less e-waste, because a lot of people aren't going to be using it for long if they're buying this kind of stuff anyways. I only bought like bulk supply of CPUs when I had the money type deal to resell, which I should put them on for sale, but due to the fact like here it's just stupid for shipping, always an issue with the um, Canada Post, so I just haven't put it on. It's just always stupid. And the prices, I don't make any money. There's no money involved, so might as well just do a bunch of videos on them, and if I destroy them for videos, I destroy them for videos. I'll technically make more money in the long run by doing that. Even though back in the day they were $1,500 per CPU. And like whenever I can afford it, I'll send you some CPUs too. Some Xeons whenever you do get into LGA 1366. Yeah, I got all my hardware to have because I've always liked PC hardware. Always, 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 always. That's why I have a lot of it. But I'm very smart on what I'm buying. Yeah, those H610 boards, not great. Might as well just sell them all and buy yourself a better board with more CPUs. Like even my Aorus Master, I wouldn't say really to buy. I mean, you can find them at decent prices now, but they were really expensive when they came out. think the next video I'm going to do is on the 9500 GS. That's what I'll do. Make a video on that. What controller's on it? So I could... It's APW. Let's see. Show what I'm doing here. Just looking at data sheet for this Ampec controller. Max of 345 kilohertz. Not so good. Not so good. And this is in percentage. So if you look at the side here, feedback over voltage threshold. Gives you more than enough volts at about 1.45 volts, 1.5 volts. Lots of voltage for this card. This card's hard to keep cool, the 9500 GS. Just an odd core, it's just always hot. Even at low voltage, it runs like idle hot. Look at the line regulations here, load regulation, output voltage, reference voltage accuracy over temperature, switching frequency over temperature. So switching frequency will go down as temperature goes up. Peak around that one, or peak around that 300 kilohertz at 40 degrees Celsius. If it goes below that, it'll be a bit lower frequency. That'll probably be due to the fact there is some sort of resistor divider for it. I'm not sure where though. Let me change that. And this page is a good one to look at. It's always at 300 kilohertz, PWM switching frequency. When output voltage rises above 87.5% of the regulation voltage, the power OK is enabled. The soft start time from the moment the enabling IC to the moment when V below, so POK goes high, can be expressed below here. This is a little bit of what you can use to help make sure everything's good to go. But yeah, it's a fixed 300 kilohertz with a maximum of 325 kilohertz. So even if I change that up to that 325 kilohertz, that's the max that you can do. So 300 kilohertz is basically the max you want to do. You don't want to go any higher technically than what it's set at, which kind of sucks. Just really hoping I could have put it up more, but controller can't really handle it. I'm not even sure if these MOSFETs would be able to handle it either. I'm not sure which ones are on this. They are the 847s. No, they could handle it. They could do 500 kilohertz, I believe, these ones. It's just a two-phase card. It's a 2+1, 2-phase for core, 1-phase for memory, so it's not great. This function makes the AP, so right here, so this mode, operation phase selection. The mode pins program single or two-phase operation. It has a typical value for rising threshold of 0.8 volts with a 0.16 of hysteresis and 0.64 volts mode underscore THF when the mode pin voltage is higher than the V mode T underscore THR. The device operation is in single phase when the mode pin voltage is lower than V mode underscore THF and V in 2 supply voltage is above the approximate 4 volts. The device operation is in 2-phase operation. Now will be fed by the 5-volt rail. And back over to here. Let's do this. Copy. Paste. Back over to here. Just to make sure we're getting that. Yeah, Vin 2. Not this page. This page. VN2. VN2. Where's VN2? Where's VN2? Right here. PWM2 converter input voltage. 3.1 to 13.2 volts is what the controller can do. But due to the fact if we look on here, as soon as it's above above approximate 4 volts, above 4 volts. So as long as you are above 4 volts, device operation, two-phase operation. Which then, if we go back to here and go over to here, we can go off of where is it? Let's go back to this page. Oh, first page. PWM2, right? Yeah. Phase 2 here. Yeah, phase 1, phase 2. As long as we can get the phase 2 always having 4 volts, it would always be into phase two-phase mode, which is what I would want it to do, not just go down into single phase for no reason. Just due to the fact it is just a two-phase card. Locking like a 12 phase is not ideal. You don't want to lock a 12 phase. No beneficial gains and could actually hinder performance. Then you can also trick soft start. I'm gonna look at comp for a second. Input capacitance selection. Use small ceramic capacitors for high frequency decoupling. Generally 0.1 microfarad and 1 microfarad caps will be used for that. A lot of times it's 0.1 megafarad ceramic capacitor for high frequency decoupling, and bulk capacitors to supply the surge. Well, for high frequency, closer to the core, that's generally what it'd be at. 0.1 and or all the way up to 47 microfarads would be the highest that you want to use. And yeah, bulk capacitors supply the surge current needed each time high side MOSFETs turn on. High side, so there's one high side, one low side MOSFET for each phase on this card. So and what do we got on mine here? I could add some, yeah, there's some bare spots for capacitors I could add onto this card and add on top of the actual existing MLCCs. And then we already got added on capacitors on this card, which is good. Added on to blank spots that were on the card. I gotta add 2 more onto, well, actually 3 more. 4 more. Wow. I really need it there? Not really. Memory's not really... The memory on this chip, on this one's not very good. I gotta check my 8600 GT. I might be able to trick the voltage sense into it so it works again. But yeah, we don't care about that. What we want... Decoupling capacitors, the resistor divider, and boot capacitors should be close to their pins. For example, placing the decoupling ceramic capacitors close to the drain on the high side MOSFET as close as possible, which is really good. Definitely needs more. So many blank spots that could be helping the MOSFETs. For each phase, it's missing 1, 2, 3 the three caps that could be actually beneficial for it. The resistors that are on it are 1R2s. Yeah, 1R2s, 1.2 ohm. Which maybe switching it over to a 1 ohm could be actually a little bit more beneficial too. I should check that out, see if that will be beneficial for it. Power on without voltage. Yeah, not much I could do with the controller. It's gonna actually help me. Besides the phase, lock the two phases, so it's always running at 2 phase. It's probably the only thing that I can do that's gonna be beneficial for it. Unfortunately. So boot 1, boot 2. Yeah, might be the only thing that's actually gonna be beneficial for it. Besides what I've already done. That sucks. Maybe I should try redoing the extra power delivery added onto it. Put it right to the shunt. It's the only thing I found on this car for the shunts on the front side. Take her easy there, go. Gonna end the stream here. I'm gonna end the stream. Alright, I'm ending the stream here, guys. Alright, I'm gonna end the stream. Again, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. Again, thank you guys so much. Hopefully, you guys are having a good week. And we'll see if I'm on tomorrow. If I'm on tomorrow, I'll try to be on early, but probably around the same time. Yeah, some stuff I gotta do. again, thank you, everyone, and that's it for this one. Beyond tomorrow, just not sure what time. Probably around the same time, around noonish. If not, if I am on early, then I'll try to be on early. We'll see. So again, thank you guys for watching, and as always, don't forget to get her done. Peace.